Guys, Kyle here. Welcome to back to Wrestling Around podcast. This episode is named To the Extreme. I think I may have actually gotten that title before, but you know what? I'm just rolling things as we go here. Um, we'll be coming in shortly. We'll have a guest in Mickie Knuckles, where who as far as I know, she is a deathmatch wrestler. Has competed in IWA Mid South, CZW, XPW, and several other promotions. He has appeared for NTNA even and had a match. So, as far as I know, how I was introduced. It was through a video that I was taught that was by Top 10 Wrestling, talking about a certain individual. It's called so the video was called "The Biggest Wrestling Degenerate in Wrestling in History," something along those lines. Just closer to that. So after that, I kind of looked at the video and set myself. It was a radio show. It was a radio show. It was for Jared Wiseman, and when he was interviewing Ian Rotten. He was interviewing Ian Rotten, and it was merely like an off the cuff, off the record shoot interview. Or it was not shoot interview, like off the cuff, like getting into the rest, like into the nitty gritty, the dirty laundry that Ian Rotten has allegedly gotten through. This was after the death of J.C. Bailey, another deathmatch wrestler who wrestled as I believe CZW and IWA Mid South. So what I was gonna do, explain. So it includes Mickie Knuckles was actually introduced on there as like called in on the radio show. With him, I guess she was riding in the road or on the road with Bullpain and Madman Pondo. Um, so they all kind of got in the nitty gritty of, kind of got really heated. With him, with Mickie Knuckles, with Bullpain, who was, I believe, a trainer. There's Madman Pondo, who was featured in Dark Side of the Ring recently, and then J.C. Bailey's father. J.C. Bailey was definitely a young wrestler and didn't really was alleged that he got sold pills and everything that he sold to J.C. Bailey, but you know what? I'm not just gonna take it as allegations. Um, I know it's definitely a allegation, damning allegations, but you know what? It was an interview here, just gonna bring it up in regards to that. But the fact of the matter is, it doesn't take away that Mickie Knuckles is a wrestler that, you know what, throughout the years since starting out in NWA Mid South, starting out her career in wrestling, it's not denigrating, like overlooking her career and how she still wrestles to this day. I know we originally actually had was an original schedule for Mickie Knuckles last Monday or last Friday. So, but that kind of got rescheduled around for a bit. So, hold on, let me see. 1 second. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. There. That's a little echo. It's a little echo. So so anyway, so I was just kind of talking. Sorry about that if you heard a little voice message. I was just kind of talking. It's a little conversating. But yeah. But I just wanted, to talk wrestling with her, you know. Uh out of the people that she wrestled and kind of delve into the deathmatch wrestling scene as a whole. You know, I just talked to Joey Legend about, him excuse me, him starting out in Frontier Martial Arts Wrestling, which is Atsushi Onita's promotion, which is a deathmatch promotion. It does death matches. CZW does death matches that are run by John Zandig. And GCW, Game Changer Wrestling, does actually delve into that too. Um, one sec. Um, second. Hold on. Let me just mute the mic here. Let me listen to this real quick. All right, good. Oh, I can actually hear that. So I didn't realize. So, so what I was gonna say, you know, I was gonna talk about. So Mickie Knuckles is sure, I may have seen that interview, and it kind of displayed. It was by Grapple Vision. That was by that YouTube channel that provided the audio. It was a. It was after, I think it was in 2010, early 2010, I think. For right after J.C. Bailey died, and the funeral was attended, and I'm just going through all the allegations against Ian Rotten about him having like wrestling with a Hep C, or financial financial scandals, or financial allegations, or fraud allegations, um and possible like, what's it called, um possible alleged drug dealing. But yeah, but that's how I was introduced to Mickey Knuckles. Um, so she, all right. So I'm gonna end this very shortly. Very shortly. Okay, so don't mind the background noise. Just you know, family over. Just had some dinner with them. So okay. Um, but yeah. So anyway, let's kind of say so actually in about a momentarily we're gonna have the guests come on. I know I didn't do it last on Wednesday, but you know um I just kind of forgot. Well, forgot to do it honestly. I used to do it with my buddy Marshall. We kind of started this 5 years ago. Started engineering the GTS dies and stuff, and like wrestle like interviewed like L. James Ellsworth and Grimm, and I met Justin Credible, Ahmed Johnson, Charlie Haas. I know he wasn't there for every single episode, but you know what? I'm hoping that one of these episodes he'll join. I know he won't be able to today, so that's completely fine with me. It's not really a conflicting issue. It's just more like in the personal life stuff. But yeah. Anyway, as I'm about to do, is introduce the guest momentarily. So, no further ado. If you guys don't know who Mickie Knuckles is, Mickie Knuckles is a wrestler on the independent scene right now, going around the in the deathmatch genre and doing death matches. And see, you guys don't know what deathmatch wrestling is. Deathmatch wrestling is basically really extreme type of wrestling, like using these really bizarre weapons, um, like glass tables or glass panes, like pieces of glass. You could even maybe like a weed whacker. I've seen somebody use like really out of the park, bizarre weapons. And you think ECW was extreme. He was more kid friendly and was more and showed blood, um but honestly, I think deathmatch wrestling is its own animal. I know people like Jim Cornette are not really into deathmatch wrestling because it's not really like authentic or pound like ground and pound wrestling, like amateur style wrestling, but I I think it's pretty unique. Um as much you need to put in the shoes of a deathmatch wrestler to say that, deathmatch wrestling is just more extreme, kind of more on the cautionary side. People like Atsushi Onita, Trent Acid, Johnny Cashmere, Nick Gage. Who else? Who else does come to mind? I could say Matt Cardona calls himself the deathmatch king, but uh no. Yeah, I don't know if he's like Matt Cardona. I don't know if he's actually considered a deathmatch wrestler, depending if he specializes in death matches or if he adapts to death matches. He's on WWE television now, so I know WWE isn't a fan of that type of wrestling, and I don't think it has ever been. I know it has been a fan kind of more of Extreme Rules matches and like ladder mat and Money in the Bank ladder matches, and quite a bit. Um, anyway, so so anyway, kind of getting a little off track here, but the deathmatch and wrestling scene, I didn't delve into it too much. Um, I consume like whatever comes on my feed or when it comes to wrestling. Like these independent guys. Um, and Mickie Knuckles is one of them. Is one of them that kind of delves into the deathmatch scene. Um, you can say what you want about deathmatch wrestling. You have to be in a deathmatch to understand what it is. You don't know what it's like in a deathmatch. Sure, it may not lack the prestige of amateur wrestling or extreme wrestling or any type of like genre wrestling. It's its own animal. There is a lot to be said about it. Again, there's a lot to be said about ECW, how they were in the matches. Like I mean, the predeceased New Jack would have actually gotten in dipped its toe into deathmatch wrestling. Come to think of it, because he's kind of known for going a little bit over the edge. Not saying anything bad about him, but it's just like his wrestling style. Like well, he did that mass transit incident, which is obviously it's more of an own about this little Eric Kulas guy who kind of faked his age to become the end in the ring and get bladed by a New Jack. It's it's kind of it's hard to say. I'm not going to name any judgment of that. And then the Gypsy Joe stuff, about the Gypsy Joe being a elder wrestler, like a real tenured veteran of the ring, where he basically kind of busted him open. But you know what? Honestly, don't think you shouldn't take it for granted. Like you need to know what's in goes into be creating a deathmatch wrestler, and it's I kind of almost feel bad for these people, that to put their bodies on the line through really extreme conditions like barbed wire, explosive barbed wire. Like, so let's see. Anyway, but these people, I think, as much as you are skeptical of deathmatch wrestling and the genre, you know, deathmatch wrestling in itself, you just need to know what it's like. You need to see it. You need to be in a deathmatch, but in order to understand it, you know, like with light tubes and like like these bizarre weapons. Like these guys don't take anything for granted. Like these death. Like I've seen I think it was a compilation with Trent Acid, one of the backseat boys, which County Kashmir. That that guy, like I've seen a compilation of his matches, so I want to see if I can look for that real quick. I think there was some sort of compilation thing. Um, let's see. Oh, the backs this, So let's see. Where is it? I thought it would appear here. Like CZW compilation. Like the extreme moments from CCW. Um like hold on 1 second. Um, hold on. Let's see. All right, let's see. Get over here. Let's see here. Um, ugh, like these. I really feel bad for this. I feel. I really feel bad for these guys. Like putting their bodies on the line. Wrestlers are told to to put their bodies on the line. But you know what? It's just the physicality that they go through. Like, but to put it in a more extreme scene that you like, that could definitely take your life. Like Nick Gage, for example. He literally just was dead for 5 minutes, and they had to resuscitate him. I think it was after a deathmatch tournament that CZW done, and it's just ridiculous, It these I can tell you for a fact that there is nothing to be, nothing to mess around with. These types of matches, like like minusing the fact that pro wrestling itself is supposed to be entertainment, but it's kind of a sick type of entertainment. You know, well, I'm not gonna say sick. Never mind. But hold on, let me see. Let me see. Let me see if I can send the link again. Um, I think we're having kind of troubles with. I think we're having troubles with this setup. I think the guest is trying to get in, and it's kind of having a difficulty for them. So it's sorry if I kind of look off the camera off the right right here. My phone is like right here, and it's leaning against the computer. So it's kind of replicating the stream screen. So if I look off the side, like right here, that's what I'm looking at. It's more two screens. So yeah, I'm not trying to be, looking off and being disrespectful for them, not looking on like eye contact, but you know, it's some of it has to be my autism too, but like, not looking people in the eye sometimes, but what are you gonna do? It's just a part of me. Um, I hope this kind of works for them. They're able to. Anyway, let me go pull off to the it's off to the side here. Let me pull off here. Hmm. I'm gonna wait for I'm gonna wait and see if it will work for them. Let me just add that right there. Okay. I'm just gonna watch a little bit of CCW while I'm just want these little videos. Ooh, like these okay, they do these table spots and mm. Oh, okay, that was a oh my gosh. Like the athleticism has to be oh dang. Ooh, like these light tubes. Like these wrestlers are definitely, trained. Oh, oh, like wood paneling too. My God. Oh, barbed wire ring. I'm a barbed wire ropes. That's just oh, that's just insane. Really insane. This is oh, the thumbtacks. Oh my gosh. Oh, right into the chairs. Oh, oh my god. Oh, flaming table. Oh, flaming table with the barbed wire bat. Oh my god, these guys are crazy. These guys had to be really trusting if they were willing to do spots like this right into a bed of chairs. Oh my god. Oh, okay, that little chip. Like literally throwing chairs in the ring. What incarnation? Oh, oh, that was a bop. Oh, right off top of the table into another table. Oh my. Oh, that's a sick move. Oh, that's the oh. I think. Ooh, oh, oh my. If I ever become a pro wrestler, the deathmatch wrestling scene is definitely not one that I would want to get into. It would take a lot of trust to build into me to kind of go into a pro wrestling match to a I would need to go learn the fundamentals and shit. Um, this is all of this just my god, that's crazy. These CCW guys. Oh, oh, they work now. All right, let me introduce my guest at this time. She is one of the people on the deathmatch wrestling scene and worked in wrestling promotions with IWA Mid South, CZW. I don't know if XPW would be considered a deathmatch if they do death matches, but what can I say? I'm going to introduce her, the one, the only, the redneck woman,
Ugh,
Mickie Knuckles.
I hate that
Thank you for
name.
joining. Thank you for joining me.
You're welcome. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. I was just watching these while you were trying to, get found some sort of problems with joining in. I was just watching a little bit of these like CZW, which you've had a couple matches for. Like
Mhm.
like these deathmatch wrestlers, like my gosh, you got to have a lot of trust in each other to kind of pull off spots like that, like
Well,
with like light tubes and glass, like glass. I saw glass paneling used. I saw one guy use a weed whacker like up to it, like in the chest area, like with their. That's just insane.
I mean,
I,
there's no trust about it. What you see is what we're getting. It's mostly just we're idiots. We have a high pain tolerance and we're glutton for punishment. It takes a special breed to do it, that's for sure.
yeah. Well, Mickey, again, thank you for coming on. The first time actually kind of where I heard of you was a it was not really like the kind of best light, not anything against you, but it was some sort of this channel called Grapplevision, which went into some sort of radio interview with this Jerry Wiseman,
Okay.
he was interviewing Ian Rotten, and you happened to kind of call in with
Well,
with
I didn't call in. I was in a van full of a lot of people he had slighted.
yeah, I know Bull Payne and I think
Mhm.
Madman Pondo will
Mhm.
join the conversation as well. And I think throughout, like, I think this happened after JC Bailey, that after he passed away. I'm guessing like probably in the 2010s. So I have nothing against that. I know it was pretty heated. So I know that was the first that no, that's not the typical being introduced to a wrestler that type of way, but I digress, At least I'm introduced to nonetheless. So
There you go. No,
yeah,
it just goes to show you bad publicity is still publicity.
yeah. I
There's no such thing as bad publicity, I
even
guess. I don't know.
yeah, even yeah, it's even though you were involved in it, but by proxy. But anyway,
I mean,
you
it wasn't nothing against me.
I
I,
know. I'm not saying that.
I,
I know.
I suffer from complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and
Uh,
that situation, the whole environment, was one of the reasons why I have CPTSD, amongst other things. And today, I'm a huge advocate for mental health awareness. I'm a huge advocate
uh,
for uh, not necessarily the speaking out thing or anything like that. That's because so many people took that and abused the hell out of it. But I'm more of a like everybody's Aunt Mickey. They call me Aunt Mickey for a reason. I'm the person you come to when you need advice or somebody that just listen that you can vent to because I promise I've either seen it all or been through a lot of shit.
so they look
So
up to you like a mentor, like a way.
yeah,
It's
sort of.
it's
Just
like
somebody
a
that I could tell you this is what I mean. I'm not shy about things, and I'm pretty blunt and open and honest with everything. My skeletons are laid bare on the front grass, sunbathing as we speak. So I mean,
yeah.
if anybody can learn a life lesson from anybody else's life, hopefully it's mine. And if it does and serves a purpose, and that is, it's a blessing out of everything else that's happened.
Yeah, kind of slightly off topic, but I just noticed that you have like quite a bit. I think those are like pop vinyls in the background. I think. Am I wrong about that? In the pop
You know, I
vinyls?
collect pops. I have them all over my house. I still have some
Uh,
in storage, but I just got to get bookshelves for them.
that's that's nice. I have a friend that collects pop vinyls. It's like when you're a collector of stuff. It's sometimes like you preserve stuff and you just like it's just more of a scene either than a scenery or just kind of just like want to catch them all type of like Pokemon type mentality a
I
little
mean,
bit.
my whole living room is done up in horror movie theme.
Oh,
So a lot of the pops, if not almost, yeah, a lot of them are horror movie themed. It's not like I just collect random pops or nothing, but I collect the ones I
yeah.
like. I collect horror
Uh,
movies, all the Deadpool pops. I'm trying to get the Rick and Morty pops because I'm a huge Rick and Morty fan as well. So it's just more or less of like the theme of my living room is what entertains me.
well, nothing wrong about that. Um, getting into the questions. So when you broke into the business, you were under the tutelage of this wrestler that's in AEW now, Chris Hero. Is that right?
Yeah, actually I had several different trainers. I had Chris Hero, Bull Payne, uh, Tracy Smothers was a huge one. A guy named Mark Wolf, CM Punk, American
Oh,
Kickboxer. I was very blessed and lucky. I was training 5 days a week, all with different trainers every day of the week, and then doing setting up and cleaning and doing wrestling shows, whether it was security, um, taking the ring gear back, being
yeah.
cleanup all the way to sound, ref, anything that was
But
needed of me while I was training.
oh, so like going out, like paying your dues, so to speak,
Yeah,
basically.
I was paying my dues when paying your dues included cleaning out something they called the piss bucket, which
Hmm.
didn't just include urine. It also included other things like blood,
Yeah,
condoms, sometimes fecal matter. Uh, yeah, and it was my job at the end because each of the
yeah.
locker room, we had two separate locker rooms at the time. One was for the heels, one for the baby, and they were completely separate on opposite sides of the building. and Ian was big on people not leaving the locker room to go to the bathroom, because it's the show, the aura of the show, and so he put these big pickle buckets that you get, like you can get it, or you see at fast food restaurants, like the big pickle buckets that stand maybe that tall, and huge 5-gallon pickle buckets, and he'd put them in the corner in the locker room, and every night after shows it was my job to clean them up.
Uh, well,
People won't do that now, though.
yeah, that's definitely like with the recent stuff
That's
that
a
I
hard
heard
thing to
about.
say.
Yeah, I think I heard the recent stuff about I think you may have heard of the like through the grapevine about the stuff with AJ's son recently gotten into wrestling, and he's like there's a lot of I think like quite a lot of backlash, but like there's allegations about Avery's son not paying their dues, not sitting like in like indie scene, like going like picking up the ring and stuff, like AJ just defending his son, which obviously that's normal,
Is,
but
is this
uh,
something that was addressed online, or is this something that was
it
addressed
was
like
by this
privately
wrestler by
to
the
him?
name of Eric Cannon,
I know Eric.
who yeah, who
Okay.
I think brought it to the attention, who
Online
kind
now?
of like brought Eric Cannon, who brought
I
it
know,
to the
I know. But
attention about the
online is what I'm asking. Did he do it
yes,
online?
I think it was on Twitter. I think they brought it to
Okay.
light
Uh,
allegedly,
I don't know. I mean, if I felt that passionate to talk to somebody about something and I felt like they needed to be doing, I think I would have done it in person rather than
Yeah,
online. But I
yeah,
mean, I'm sure he had his own reasons and whatever it may be.
yeah,
I
yeah.
don't have a Twitter anymore because it's toxic as hell. I gave up on Twitter.
Yeah,
I was like, it's too much
yeah,
stress on my
I'm
day.
not really on. Yeah, I'm not on Twitter anymore. I'm on. Like, I go on there, but I don't post on there because it's just like how like it's no personal dislike towards it. So I understand the sentiment. So
Well, one, my life and my schedule is really hectic and crazy. My kids are in a lot of extracurricular activities because
yeah,
I'm very pro that for them. So when I'm home, I'm doing the single mom thing, constantly traveling from here, here, here.
hmm
And then, I also travel to wrestle quite often,
yeah,
um, pretty much every weekend for the last several years. I took off one weekend and took my son down to Gulf Shores, Alabama, for a little mini
oh,
vacation for a weekend, but right
okay,
before school started back up. But yeah, been pretty going hard, but my schedule is too hectic to keep up with multiple platforms. Like I have people who like remind me like, hey, did you share that? Because otherwise it's not like I don't want to, it just slips my mind. I try to answer everybody back as quickly as possible, but Twitter was one of
understand.
those ones that I kept getting notification, and a lot of times it didn't even have anything to do with me, and then other
Mhm.
times it was like a high school bitch fest. I mean, between several different people, and I was like, I want no part of this. This
Mm,
is like
yeah,
I can listen to my kids bicker if I need to be a part of anything. So
yeah, like that, like that's enough for you. You don't need to have any more into it. I
I
understand.
find it useless
Yeah, I
to waste
just
my energy on things I don't enjoy. I like Twitter,
okay.
not Twitter. I like Instagram. I like it because I like the doom scroll they say at midnight when I have
Uh
nothing else to
huh.
do. I can't sleep because my brain's still going a million miles an hour, and I'll doom scroll just the reels. But I try to stay as far away from posts and stuff as possible because the the
Uh,
the, the thing is everybody has an opinion, and
mhm.
I don't know why everybody
Yeah.
one feels the need to share every single opinion they have, which
Yeah.
that's how they have to
Yeah.
that's what they have to do to get by, or it helps them out in some way, all for it. But I
Yeah.
just don't. And
Yeah. It's not your cup of tea.
yeah, it just seems
Yeah.
like a lot. But I try. Like I have a Patreon. I have to like be reminded, hey, did you film something
Yeah.
today? And I'm like, yeah, because half the time like I'll do something, I'm like, I should have filmed that. I don't have time to redo it now. Let's just go.
Yeah.
Like I was building
Yeah.
bookshelves. I was building the bookshelves, and the box came with no instructions. So I was like, oh, so I like put it together. It took me about 45 minutes to figure out all these pieces, put it together, and then at the end I was like, damn it, I should have recorded this. So I'm working on getting a GoPro, so at least I can record it, and then later on, like edit it down and be like, all right, that was fine. Let's do that because I really want to share things,
Yeah.
but I just don't. I just don't think about it, and I don't feel like everybody. I don't think anybody wants to hear all my opinions. I think that would just be
Yeah.
tiresome. Like, I don't think anybody wakes up and go, "Hey, what's
Yeah.
Mickey's opinion on this today?" I don't think
Yeah.
that's a thing. I would hope not, anyways. I'm not that important.
Like Michael Jackson like walking around and then like paparazzi just going like invading every part of his adult life and just like, oh, what's your opinion on Icon, what's your opinion, like that type of thing, like, but it's more like
Definitely not
online, like
Michael
that type
Jackson,
of thing.
though.
It's like paparazzi.
Well,
So
it's like a self-inflicted paparazzi if you think about it, because we have the choice to be like, no, no, we're okay, but we choose to videotape these things and put up for people to see. So we're like our own worst enemies here.
yeah, yeah, you and me both. So what was it like when you were first like getting into the business, like in the training, like how it was through your various marathon trainers? How was it like when in the early days of
Um,
training?
they beat my ass. The first day I trained, I was literally told when I started wrestling, because I had heard through the grapevine how females were trained during wrestling. The like if they do come to a seminar or whatever, like just like the certain um, concessions that they do differently for females than they did for males. And when I was younger, I did backyard wrestling. Yes,
Uh
I did backyard wrestling
yeah,
with my
nothing wrong with
brother-in-law
that.
and his group of friends, which were all much older than me. I think I was like 13 or 14 when I first started it. And I knew that I wanted to be treated as equal. Like I wanted to do the same exact thing. Like I grew up in a small country town in Otisco, Indiana, which barely like it has a mail or a post office and a gas station, and that's it. That's all that's in this place.
Hmm.
If you blink, you pass by both of them going down this one highway. Um, but it's on the outskirts of a town called Charlestown, Indiana. And so I had went to IWA show because it was in Charlestown at the pole barn at this time, and I had saw how they wrestled and all the shit, the crazy shit they did. And to be
Yeah,
honest, we did kind of go back after watching one of those, and we were the ones being like, "Hey, let's get this weapon and see if we can use this in a match. Hey, I got this
yeah,
board and did it." Yeah, but I was the test dummy because I was the smallest one out of the entire group. Like my brother-in-law was about at his biggest. I think he was almost pushing 400, but he was a tall, big guy. And so then he had other friends. I mean, they were all men. I was the only female in the group. And when we rented the ring and for IWA, because we made a deal that we would rent it on that Sunday, and they would have death matches Friday and Saturday. They would just leave the mess, and the deal was we would come in and clean up after the death match on Sunday morning before we even got to wrestle in this ring, and then we would do the
yeah.
ring wrestle. But we didn't sell tickets or anything. Like we didn't do.
Oh,
We we just did it for our own enjoyment. Like we wanted to
yeah,
wrestle, and the promoter's
yeah,
wife saw me taking all these things, like going through the doors or the tables, and
yeah.
taking. Somebody hit me with a ceiling tile in the head. That kind of smarted her.
Oh my gosh.
It was a thud. But I did all this and just kept wanting to go, be a part of it. And she asked me if I ever thought about training. And then because I had heard how they train girls, I specifically told the Ian that I didn't want to be trained like a girl. I wanted to be trained like one of the boys.
Yeah.
And he made the
Like,
comment of, "Ain't no bitch ever graduated from our school. Ain't no bitch about to." And it was kind of
hmm.
like a hold my beer moment, you know.
Yeah.
So I kind of put my foot in my own mouth, but I wouldn't have done it any other way because it really. I went through everything the guys went through. I was the only one that showed up on the day for chop class, and there was 5 other people, trainers there. And what they did was, in southern Indiana in August heat, it's a very moist, wet, thick, dense heat. It's gross. Like you could just stand outside and be like just drenched. And it's not necessarily sweat, but it's the moisture in the air. Like it's like a swamp sometimes. So in August, which is when we did it, they ran a gauntlet on me, which is each one of them gets to get in the ring with me, and either they chain wrestling me. Hero used to fold me up into pretzels. Some of them would run like constant drills. Like it was just like get in and you work with the person. And it was each trainer. When they got tired, they tagged out, but I had to stay in. So I am soaked by the end of this. I mean, I only had a sports bra on and a pair of basketball shorts. I was just drenched. And one of the trainers had said, "Hey, if we're going to do this chop class, we got to get it done now. I got something I got to go do." So what they did was they made me get in the corner, and I had to reach over the top rope and grab the second rope. Now I'm short, and IWA Mid-South Ring, the ropes were notoriously tall, like freaking, like up to here. Okay, on one leg at the time I was 5'4", and you have to grab the second rope, and if you let go, they start all over again. And there was 5 of them, and they got to do 5 chops on each side. So they chop with the left, chop with the right, and so I'm sitting there holding it, and they go through. We get to about the third one. Now, mind you, I had been pouring sweat. Have you ever been spanked by your mama with a wet hand?
Not to say that I have. I think I've
Or
been spanked before. Yeah.
have you ever had somebody like hit you while you're wet?
Not to say that I have. No, I did not. To be
Okay,
honest.
so it stings. It like you get the impact, but it's like my mama. She used to get so mad at us that she would let us go get in the pool because we had a pool outside, and then we go get
Mhm.
out to go jump off the diving board, and she'd snatch us up and whoop our ass. And it was like
Oh.
it's like an insult to injury type thing. So
Ah.
I'm soaked. So imagine it's like it's like a drenched area of nothing but skin. And they're
Hmm.
chopping, and I got like busted open from here to here, from here to here. I was black and purple and blue, like
Ooh,
dark. But I refused to
my
let go.
gosh.
And about halfway through, I had to say something. I never really spoke up. You know, it was taught as being disrespectful if you backtalk or
Hmm.
you question them or like it was very you shut the fuck up and do what they tell you to do. Um,
Hmm.
and I was like, I am so sorry, but because my legs were dangling at this time. And I was like, I am sorry, like I can't keep a hold of the rope. I'm because I can't touch the ground. Do you have something I could stand on? And they end up letting me take my pants and pull them out so that I could show them that I was holding on to them and continue the chops. And then I had taken all
Hmm.
50 chops. At the end of it, they had to pry my fingers open because I refused to let go of my pants. I was not gonna bitch out for one, and I was not going through this
Hmm.
again. I'm fucking getting this done. Fucked it, you know.
Yeah.
But they did that to say that that's the worst it's gonna get. So you learn to take your hits. I mean, they suck, but you learn to take them. Um,
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta get punched in the mouth, I guess. But that's the
Hmm.
type of training I went through. But that I had to do that before I actually debuted right after that happened. Like you could see me on
Wow.
a tape right before the 2003 King of the Death match. There was a show or two before, and you can see me on tape because I had a shirt that showed my chest, and my chest is just black and blue. But I wore
Hmm.
that like a badge of honor. I fucking sure did. I was like, yeah, I did it. You
Well, I
tried.
guess.
It
Yeah, I
really
guess.
was.
I
It
guess.
really was a big, fuck you for saying dying because they always said I wasn't gonna finish. That I would just
Well.
drop out. That I would quit. That I wasn't strong enough.
Well. Well. At least you persevered and endured it all to kind of have your debut.
Well,
It's.
the truth is they never. My mama used to beat my ass all the time. I grew up in a household. My mama was she was Catholic. I keep calling her mama. Sorry,
Mhm.
Southern. My kids have been calling me that
That's
lately,
fine.
and I don't know why it's just stuck
I'm
with me.
hopeful.
But she would beat my ass. We nobody ever fought to sit in the front seat with her because she would just out of nowhere backhand the fuck out of you. And
Ugh.
her excuse was either you did something to deserve it, or you're gonna do something that's for you to keep in mind, so you don't fucking do it.
Hmm.
Yeah, but I think she
I've
was
never.
crazy. If I'm gonna be honest, she died when I was 13. But I really think
Yeah.
I think maybe she was taking some kind of medication that made her. I,
Uh,
yeah, I think she was nuts. But he made me mean, so
yeah, I
can't be
guess.
all bad.
Yeah, it ain't all bad. uh, Before you got into training, what was one of the wrestlers that were the inspiration that you got into training?
Miss Texas. To be honest, Miss Texas, Miss Jackie, Jacqueline. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, Jacqueline, and Miss
Yeah,
Jackie Gata.
yeah, yeah.
Miss.
Uh, when I was younger, we would get one television program a weekend to watch if we did all our chores, and we weren't
Yeah.
two terrible kids, which we weren't. We were just kids. But I chose to watch wrestling every weekend. My sister,
Hmm.
I don't remember what she chose, but I chose to watch wrestling. And my mom hated wrestling, so she would always find a reason to leave the house. She'd go yard selling in the summertime and spring, even in the fall if they had them, antiquing. She'd go tanning beds. She'd find something else to do during that hour that I was watching wrestling. And my sister, my older sister, started dating a guy that was training at a school nearby called OVW. And
Ah,
they at the time had the school in Jefferson, like it's like considered
it's in
old Jeff now, but Jeffersonville, Indiana, right next to the bridge
yeah,
before you get to Kentucky.
yeah,
And it was this little rinky dink place. And that's before they moved it over to Louisville. But he
yeah.
got tickets through the school somehow, some way for the Louisville Gardens to go watch wrestling there live. My sister was always, because my mom was a single working mom too. She worked as a paramedic, an EMT and EMS
Uh,
on the ambulance. So she was gone a lot of times when before she got sick. And so
okay.
when she left, my older sister was responsible for me and my little sister. So he got these
Hmm.
tickets to kind of show off to my sister to take us all to this wrestling show, which I didn't care because I fucking love wrestling, right? We get to wrestling late because at the time they hadn't built the main highway, the main bridge necessarily. That's now like a 6-lane highway or some shit. It's huge. It's a toll road now on 65. So we had to go the old way and go over this little bitty bridge. And so it took forever to get to Louisville. Traffic was bad. We get there late. We walk in as one match is already ending and they're leaving, you know. We go to climb the rafters and I hear her music hit. And I go to look towards the entranceway because it was a distance away. And she comes walking out mad as hell, storming, gets to the ring. Now the sound system, it was so bad in Louisville Gardens that you couldn't really make out, like if you the further away you were from the ring, it sounded more like Charlie Brown's mom. And I was born deaf. I was born 100% deaf, and then I had tubes, like 2 or 3 sets of tubes put in my ears. So now I'm like kind
Oh,
of deaf, but I can't hear
oh,
certain frequencies. I've got scars and shit. Anyways, but I couldn't make out necessarily everything she was saying, but I knew she was mad. And then another song hits, and I look at the entranceway, and this little skinny guy comes out and storms down to the ring. Now I'm still looking at the entranceway because at this time on TV, I had never seen a male versus a female. I had seen female versus female, right? And I'm like,
different gender.
oh, is he
And
managing somebody? With who's the other
yeah,
person?
yeah,
As I'm paying attention here, I hear her scream, like going off on him. I go to look, and as soon as I look at her, she just waylays the shit out of this guy and starts beating his
yeah,
ass. And I'm like, what? Like, I'm so enamored at this
yeah,
time. This is the greatest thing
yeah,
I've ever witnessed live. This woman is beating the shit out of this dude, right?
yeah,
The guy's
yeah.
name was Downtown Bruno, which is Whippleman.
Harvey Whippleman.
Yeah. She was beating the shit out of him. And that's the moment I knew. I was like, I got to do this. How do I do that?
Well,
She's
that's definitely
badass.
like unique way to get into wrestling, just to be exposed like to like live intergender wrestling. Like
Yeah.
intergender wrestling is
It was,
like
it was,
a kind of a controversial topic.
mhm.
Like WWE has only dipped their toe like a handful of times into intergender wrestling, but in
Yeah.
the independent scene it happens more often. So
Well,
it's
now it does. It didn't back in the day. When I first started wrestling, nobody wanted to wrestle a girl. And that was the truth. They didn't want to be made to look a certain way, or everybody thinks it like toes the line of DB, and I'm like, nah, because I ain't no DB. We just fight each other. Like, that's just our friendship. That's how we
yeah,
bond. We're crazy,
yeah,
but yeah. But when I first started, no guy wanted to wrestle a girl. Now it's changed, and
hmm,
that's awesome.
yeah.
But yeah, for definite, for sure. Like, it was the greatest thing I'd ever witnessed live. And then another fun fact for you. Um, my birthday, the day I was born, is the same day that Andy Kaufman died. Like, I have to do
Oh,
the air quotes because everybody's
it's
like, it's a conspiracy and all
like
this
the
other stuff. But May
yeah.
16, 1984 is the day I was born.
And that's the same day, like coincidentally, that Andy Kaufman died. The
Yeah.
same man that was feuding with Jerry the King Lawler.
Yeah. Over him fighting women,
Mm.
him wrestling women in the ring and like folding them up and pinning them and everything else. like just trying to like and just talking massive shit. He was such a great heel. Everybody hated him so bad. And then going on the Tonight Show with the neck, like he's just
Yeah.
brilliant.
Yeah, that's definitely really coincidental. Yeah, that's definitely a fun fact. Um, so out of so what was you known about being into the deathmatch wrestling scene per se, like in the scene, like to take place in death matches throughout your career. What kind of drove you to kind of like, you know what? How about I kind of dip my toe into this type of extreme style, really hard hitting, death defying type of wrestling style?
Chris Hero gave me a really good piece of advice. He said that because I was a female in this business, I was going to have to try 110% harder than any male counterpart, and I needed to make myself a commodity. And so I really thought about that. I was like, okay, so what do I bring to the table that many don't or nobody else does? And so I'm not going to be a bells and whistles kind of girl, you know. Like I wanna get in there. I want to be aggressive. I'll take an ass whooping, you know, but I'm gonna give it back,
Yeah.
you know. That's what I wanted. Um, so I knew I wasn't going to be one of the girls that was like super pretty and skinny either, because I've always been a thicker girl. Even right now, I'm at my smallest I've ever been, like in my adult life, and I feel amazing. I lost 100 pounds since last November. So give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second. My dog is. I'll be right back.
Of course, of course.
I apologize. I'm out. She needs to go out, and if I don't let her out, she's gonna go everywhere.
It's fine. I it's completely fine. Yeah. Real life gets away things. I understand.
All right,
Anyway,
she's getting older. I've had her since she was 3 weeks old,
wow,
and she's the same age as my son, and
wow.
you can tell she's definitely getting older. I apologize for that so much.
It's
Sorry,
completely fine.
I can't be mad at her if I don't let her out when she tells me she needs to let out. So
Yeah,
I feel like a
yeah.
dick if I'm mad at her. Okay, what was the question? I apologize.
Oh, you were just kind of getting into, we're just kind of done finishing answering the question about like getting into trying to
Oh,
dip
death
your toe
message.
into
Yeah,
deathmatch wrestling. Yeah,
sorry about that.
that's fine.
So he told me to make myself a commodity. I knew I wasn't going to be skinny and this pretty dainty thing, because that's not the way I wanted to do this. I knew, you know, I'd done the backyard thing and basically, you know, roughhouse with all these grown ass men and taking their ass beatings, and grew up getting my ass beaten. And I have a really high pain tolerance. And IWM Mid South was doing a lot of deathmatch shows at the time. Actually, like I said, they would do the deathmatch shows, and we would show up the next day and clean up after and do things with our own, you know, weapons, gimmicks, whatever. Um, so I was like, there's no other females in America anyways that's doing this style. You know, I really think I could do this. I really want to do this. At first I was told I wasn't allowed to. And then eventually Madman Pondo went to the ring and grabbed the microphone, because I had been trying for a while. And Pondo got on the microphone, and with everybody, all the fans sitting right there, and the promoter sitting right at the entranceway with his wife, he like
Mhm.
called him out on it. He was like, "Why won't you let Mickie do death matches? She keeps asking you to do death matches. You keep telling her no. Why?" He's like, "You know, we've seen Japanese girls that do death, like have fought death matches against each other for years, and you know, let her do it. She wants to do it. She grown. Let her do it. You know."
Yeah,
And then he asked the crowd. He's like, do you want to see Mickie in a death match?" And they all just went, "Yeah, all right." Because at this time I had been wrestling, but no death matches. I mean, I
yeah.
debuted in 2003 King of the Death Match, but it was a non-death match, non-tourney match. It was just
Oh,
a regular debut match. Um,
yeah.
and so in order to be able to do death matches, I had to wrestle the boss in my first death match, and because he was a little perturbed that I guess we put him on a spot like that, and he figured if I was going to do it, he was going to beat my ass and see if I'd Don't do it no more. It didn't work.
I see. So where you debuted is IWA Mid South, and you've been there for quite a few years. Before you went kind of went to different promotions, taking other different bookings. What was kind of like the at was it what was it like in the company, like the atmosphere of IWA Mid South?
You know, it had its when it was good, it was great. And it was amazing. And the amount of talent and the different types of talent that was in that locker room was truly impressive. I mean, you think at one point in time, there was in the locker room Chris Candido and AJ Styles and Chris Hero and Brian Danielson and like these who's of the wrestling. Like they're fucking phenomenal wrestlers, phenomenal workers. Um, so I was very blessed to be able to be around the people I was around and learn from the people I got to learn from. And then, it had like everything else in the world, it had its dark issues and it got the better of them, I think. And I don't regret my time there. And I loved being around, New Jack came in, Dusty Rhodes came in, met Mick Foley quite a few times. He keeps forgetting my name. You would think he'd remember with my name being Mickey and his being Mick, but every single time he's like, I know you. It's on the tip of my. I'm like, bro, it's literally your name. And he's like, oh yeah. I don't know why I can't remember that. I'm like,
It's a
made me
female
feel
derivation of
terrible.
Mick.
So yeah, it was it was
Wow.
it was it was good and it was bad. You live and you learn.
I guess.
I'm grateful I got to be like connected in a true friendship. Like it was a true familiar connection between people like Tracy Smothers, who was amazing. He was the most brilliant worker. He was a worker. He was a wrestler too, but he was a worker. That man would piss you off and then make you love him and then make you absolutely hate him. You want to spit in his eye and then make you absolutely love him again, like back and forth, 17, 18 times during a match flawlessly. And it was just like, it was like he was directing them to dance, just it was awesome. He just knew how to get them to where they reacted and they were passionate. I got stabbed because of Tracy Smothers because of how good of a heel he was. So
Uh,
I was managing him as Isabella Smothers at the time. This is
mm,
when I really first started doing this and then would ride with him
okay.
places. And yeah. And I got stabbed by some kind of guard. I forget, it was sticking out and the cop helped pulled it out or whatever, or security, whatever he was. But it was an old woman, like an 80-year-old
It
woman,
was
mad as hell, shaking. Like I was like,
like
Tracy, I got stabbed, bro.
that's
Hang
that's
on a
like
second.
that's
Yeah,
like almost nuclear heat.
yeah.
It's
He was brilliant. He was absolutely brilliant. Little hot tempered at times, but absolutely brilliant.
wow. That's a lot to take in. Uh, so throughout throughout your 20 plus year career, you faced quite a lot of wrestlers, either in the deathmatch or outside the deathmatch scene. Like you've wrestled people like in JCW, the Insane Clown Posse's promotion, and several other promotions. Like you even wrestled for a couple, like a match or two, like a cup of coffee on TNA as well.
Actually, I'll
As
tell you
well.
one better. Hold on one second.
Well, oh,
Just mention JCW. Give me one second.
yeah,
Oh, so many pops.
oh,
Uh, Never mind. I forgot we had somebody mounted to the wall.
something fell
Well, I've got the
behind you.
JCW Hall of Fame.
Oh, you,
I got my plaque from when
oh,
they had the JCW Hall of Fame.
you were inducted into the JCW Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Hmm.
Oh, so it was both the same clown posse kind of presenting the award, or was it like
No,
somebody else?
it was Too Tough Tony.
Ah, That's he wrestles in JCW nowadays. Even though he's kind of a little bit more of a veteran of the ring, so
Although
like
he's
you
older
know
than me. He was one of he was one of the guys that would come in and work with me when he was much thinner and had hair. I
well well at
think
least
he's been doing it almost like as long as Pondo.
yeah
Pretty sure they're
uh
about the same equivalency of time. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I think what's it? I've don't last time I kind of watched a little DCW JCW show. It was Vince Russo was there nowadays. Like which obviously is controversial in the wrestling community, but you know what? It is what it is at the end of the day. I guess like when they decide to um like sh like like Shaggy 2 Dope or like those types of people, like maybe just thoughts of the, you know what, let's bring in Vince Russo. Like, I mean, I have nothing against Vince Russo, but you know, people he has like kind of like a, I guess you could say a polarizing reputation, just like Jim Cornette does. So it's what's
Well, I haven't been there in a while, so I can't really like I've been doing a lot of international bookings lately. So I really haven't been there at all this year, I think, really, except for WrestleMania weekend. That was it. So I haven't been there like very, very recently.
okay. What I was gonna do, I was gonna try and go through some of the people that you have worked with or wrestled with, and you can see me like your thoughts about that they were either on like professionally or personally, like a guy if you got to know them on a personal level. I just go through some names. You know,
Good. We do our
if you don't
best.
mind, if you don't.
I've had it
um.
really. I'm gonna be honest with you. Today's been a little bit of a stressful day. So if it
Okay.
gets too stressful, I will tell you to pass, and that's just because otherwise
Okay.
we don't need me to have an anxiety attack out of nowhere. I don't think
Okay.
I will, but that sounds
Okay.
like it would be triggering, depending on what you say.
Okay. Okay. I don't want to feel like
I'm just
you're
being totally
you know
honest with you. Like I
that's
will
fine.
answer everything as
Okay.
truthfully as I can, but at this moment, because like when I say it has been an emotional roller coaster ride day of a lot of goods, a lot of bads, and extreme goods and
Yeah.
bads. And it's been
Okay.
and I'm going on not sleeping very well because like
Uh,
I've been stressed out about the situation. But thankfully today, like we saw somewhat of a resolve and it's been decent on that front. But
okay.
then there's a lot of other things. Like I texted you earlier, told you I was like, dude, look, I'm da
Yeah,
da
that's fine.
da.
Yeah, I know. At
When
least
one
you're
thing gets
being,
delayed 5 seconds,
straightforward with me.
everything else is delayed 10 minutes. You know.
Well, it's fine. It's just at least you're being straightforward with me.
Oh,
It's
I'm nothing but honest. Like I said,
yeah,
I'm a very big mental health advocate. And it's not anything to do with you, and it's not
of
anything
course,
other than
of course.
the emotion that I might feel for that certain specific person is one that
Okay.
right now doesn't need to be ventured into because I still gotta get my kids ready for bed eventually. Make
Okay.
what time is it? Oh, I gotta get ready to feed them when we're done here. I gotta get the car packed up and cleaned
Okay.
out, and then I gotta start driving on my way
Okay.
to Virginia for a show tomorrow morning.
that's that's
So
really
I
interesting.
know
Oh,
I need to function after this and take care of them, and I can't try to go and lay
okay.
down and go to bed for the rest of the night. You know,
Okay. Yeah, I just
I
don't
know
mean
my
to kind of
limits.
take away from the personal life. It's I'm trying to like make sure like you're good
That's
to kind of
yeah.
do this. That's what you know.
Mhm.
Ah, okay. Let me just if you don't mind me if I go over those
No, you're
some of the
fine. I'm
names
just
that you
telling
have.
you, I reserve
Okay.
the right to say no.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. Let's start with JC Bailey.
Yeah. That I love JC, and I miss him. He was just a guy that he was sweet and funny and nice and a little bit of a prankster, but in the best possible way. Um, but he was just he was just he was a huge mama's boy. He loved his mama dearly. And he would do some of the craziest shit. He'd just get a wild hair up his ass. and be like, I'm gonna do this today. And I'm like, why? what, what have you done to yourself to make you hate yourself so but uh it was just like I'd watch him do some of the craziest shit, and I got to witness it live. Like I got to ref when he did the Caribbean spiderweb deathmatch, the thing that was made out of barbed wire. It was like
Mhm.
across the whole entire ring. They did it from rope to rope with barbed wire. So they made a huge fucking trampoline in the fucking, and they went to go off the scaffold, and Hondo fell off the scaffold and went into the barbed wire netting and got hung up. And I
Mm.
was told by the bosses that be that when they get in the barbed wire, make sure like if I can get them unstuck, like if I have to cut the barbed wire because of how much barbed wire there was.
Uh,
Uh, I didn't know JC was coming off the scaffold after Pondo onto Pondo. So I'm underneath trying to cut it free, and I hear, Mickie, fucking move! I almost died because JC's big ass coming off the scaffold. But yeah, JC was amazing.
my
I,
gosh.
I,
So,
I miss him. The
sounds like
wrestling world definitely misses him. He was a good guy.
yeah. Sounds like a real daredevil to kind of say he's like a real Jeff
Oh,
Hardy
they,
type.
yeah. You know who reminds me of JC Bailey is Lil
What?
Sicko. And I've told him this.
No.
It's a lot of his same mannerisms, the way, like the accent, definitely, because Lil Sicko's got a really southern country boy accent, you know. But uh, yeah, he was just a sweet guy. Like if you were his friend, he'd ride or die for you. He never snitched on a soul. Uh, he was just a beautiful soul that left us too soon.
Lexi Fife.
Like Lexi's she's one of the first women that I worked for that ran a customs company, and then also she helped with booking other various all female companies. And I saw like she's very like a strong force. She's one of the reasons I'm able to do what I do, I think, because she was one of the first strong forces that, put on great matches with anybody she got in the ring with. Her psychology is amazing. She's always been super nice. Whenever we go down to work for her, she's got a big old house, and we get to like hang out with her, and she cooks for us, and she's just like the nicest person in the world. I adore her. And she really looks up for people too. Like a lot of times you get weirdos and creepers on certain custom sites. And I'm not saying anything about anybody's kinks. If that floats your boat, cool. But she actually is like, listen, we don't do that here. We get if you want to do it, but we're not gonna ask our girls to do that. Like she works really hard to make sure every type of person is comfortable, no matter who it is or what they're comfortable. Everybody's comfortable. She's just amazing.
Alice in Danger.
Alice, we've had our spiffs. We've had our spivvy spavs. She is my least favorite Carino. That's just okay. I'm gonna be honest though. Guess because Colby Carino is my favorite Carino. Like Colby Carino, I've hung out with. I'll do road trips with. That is an awesome guy to be around. He is just he's subtly funny. He's kind of quiet. He might sleep on road trips. That's the only bad thing about him. But Colby is awesome. And then Steve, it depends on what Steve you get. I've seen good Steve. I see angry, cranky Steve. So uh but yeah, she's my least favorite one.
Haley
Her,
Hatred.
who?
Haley Hatred.
Has anybody seen or heard from her? Because it's really worrisome. It's like she's gone. Like I don't know nothing. Granted, I haven't like I've asked. Everybody's like, no, da, da, da. But I don't know what happened. We worked out our differences. There was a lot of people stirring the shit pot on that one after that first match. So we wrestled each other again for Roland Alexander out in California, and he did that. I mean, he was a shit stir. Let's just be honest. He brought us both out and was like, put us in the same car, knowing that there was because we had both been told that the other one was saying shit about us. And I said, when I was sitting in the front seat, she's in the back seat, and Roland goes, "I'm gonna go get your all's room key." We're like, "Cool." He gets out of the car. I said, "Hey, we need to have a talk." She's like, what? I said, I heard you said this, 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 and this. And she's like, no, I never said any of that. But I heard you said this, 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 this. I was like, oh, hell yeah, I said it because I thought you said this, 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 this. I was like, oh, fuck that. I said, I'll tell you to your face exactly what I said. And I told her everything. She's like, yeah, that's what I heard. I said, I will come out and I'm to your face the same way if I say anything, without you there. Fucking, it doesn't change for me. But we talked it out. We worked it out. Everything was fine after that. But there's a lot of people who tried to like really stir that shit pot after that neck, the match and the neck incident. And I was like, yeah.
Necro Butcher.
Love Necro Butcher. Listen, I don't agree with anybody and everybody on everything. But that's the beauty of us, right? That's what we're not, we don't have to agree. As long as you're not, the only, my line in the sand, the hill I die on is no fucking pedophiles. That's just a hard fucking no. But, if you disagree on other things, I'm not going to judge you because so what? We disagree. Are you a good person to people's faces? Do you treat them fair and equally? And I'm going to tell you right now, I've known Necro since I was 17 years old. I've never seen him in person disrespect or mistreat anybody for any reason at all. Unless they start being mean to him and then he just gives it back because he's just a bullshitter. That's how Dylan is. But like I said, you don't have to agree with people, but for people to hold things against people because they don't agree, you don't have to talk about it. As long as it's not inciting violence or hurting anybody, their opinion, as long as they're stating it's just their opinion, like he even opens up dialogue to talk to him about it, but nobody's ready to have that conversation, I guess. And then, it gets heated on one side and it's not usually Necros, but ask Gigi Jacobs about Necro Butcher if you ever talk to him. Like Gigi, that's why he's on his way here now. I'm going to hang out with him for a little bit, for a couple of days while we go to the show. But Gigi said he thought, hey, they weren't going to get along, whatever. He spent all night hanging out with Necro Butcher, and everybody woke up the next day, and him and Necro Butcher had been up singing karaoke, drinking beer, watching the sunrise. That's just Necro. That's just Dilly Bar. But I love Necro. Necro's awesome. And I'm sorry, he fucking survived leukemia, shattered his hip. They told him he wouldn't walk again. Like he was on a walker. With the leukemia, he got so fucking skinny. Like, just took it. And now look at him. Like,
he's
in
his
different
50s
breed,
still
sir.
wrestling.
He is. He's a different breed. There's something crazy special about that type of breed. And then there are a few in dying breed, but they're a breed.
Daphne.
When I broke my femur, it's like a big running joke online because my mom was a paramedic and we would go to the classes that she would teach to get everybody else certified for EMT and EMS. And one of the things that popped in my head while I was laying on the ground and my leg was like a rainbow with the kneecap right here while I'm laying like this. I felt the tingly start and the cold and the shiver and I knew the signs of going into shock. And I told them because the biggest worry is you swallow your tongue or you have like a seizure. And so I was like, I'm going to go in shock. I'm going like I needed to tell somebody there. And when I woke up, I was laying face up and my head was on somebody's lap. And all I saw when I looked up was two large breasts, like just underneath two large breasts like that. And I'm like, and then she pops her head out. She had black pigtails at the time. She pops her head through. She's like, how you feeling? And I was like, oh my God. I said, I thought I went to heaven and I died or some shit. She's like, no, you're fine. You're fine. I got you. She kept stroking my face. She made sure that she stayed right there while the paramedics was getting me stabilized and stuff. They went there, her, Sarah Del Rey, and I'm trying to remember there was another person that came came to the hospital to check on me after I broke my femur. They were really cool about it. They came and stopped by before they took me back for surgery. So Daphne was just the sweetest. She was the best heart ever. So nice, so kind. Like, she's one of the main reasons I'm such a big advocate for mental health, because
Yeah.
she spent her whole life helping everybody else
Yeah.
and caring about everybody else and being there for everybody else. And then
Yeah.
when she needed somebody, she didn't feel like, and I get it, my mentality is I don't want to bother people when I get so far into that depression hole, and I have to fight
Yeah.
from thinking, because that's the scary moments, like when you allow yourself to isolate, and this is a point where it's going to get harder to kick out. um and I'm a really
Yeah.
big advocate about trying to like hit up people randomly, just that I
Yeah.
because you know
Just
everybody's got something. Just
yeah.
hit you up. Hey, how you doing? Do you need anything? What's up?
Yeah. Well, that's a good, definitely good mentality to have. And what Daphne went through, and other people like China, and I think was it Angel Ashley Massara, I think definitely went through a mental health break, when
Yeah,
before
and
she.
then, brain damage. He
Yeah.
Marvin was a nice guy too. Good guys, good people. Some of the sweetest souls are the ones that are hurt most.
Yeah.
But as a society, and I will say this, especially men, but people are told, well, I don't know anymore with the internet, because a lot of people feel free to share things because they feel safer behind a screen than they do in front of everybody.
Yeah.
But we're taught we don't really show, men shouldn't show that weakness or that vulnerability, or that's what it's a taboo thing. People think that, oh, you're depressed, just stop being sad, just smile, just watch a funny
Yeah.
movie. And sometimes it's not that easy, like, or the anxiety. Sometimes, you're in the middle of a store and it gets to be overwhelming and you feel like you're drowning, but there's tons of air in front of you and you can't breathe and you feel dizzy and start getting lightheaded and your whole body's tingling. Your stomach starts feeling weird, like it's doing flips, but it's not. It's there's if the moment we make this where it's not taboo, where it's not a dirty word, so to speak, I think it will help a lot more people. So
Larry Sweeney.
another one. God, he was amazing to watch ringside. He's so charismatic. He had such a great look, great personality. He really connected with people. Him and Mitch Ryder together was gold. Was fucking gold. It was just beautiful. Like, Larry was just so good. I don't think I've met, well, there's a couple of young kids that are coming up that've got a lot of personality and charisma like he did. But Larry was awesome. Larry was special. Larry was unique. Larry was entertaining as fuck. Watching him and Tracy Smothers wrestle was, I don't think I laughed so much, and then at the same time, like, been so enthralled what was going on with everything, like just the story unfolding in real time with us, because they just played off each other so well.
Mercedes Martinez.
She's always been so talented, dedicated. Um, I feel like my mother was Italian. And there are sometimes when people, like, certain looks that people give when they're irritated or annoyed, it like brings me back to me being a kid and always fucking up things. And I get that little bit of a, oh, I better not move, mom's mad. She
Hmm.
definitely has that look. She's like, there's been a couple times I'm like, did I do something wrong? Are you mad at me? Are you guys, should I go sit in timeout? I just, but she is so talented, man. I wrestled her at a show called Volcano Girls. And just, I learned so much in that little bit of time with her. Uh, it was amazing. But between her and Lexi Fife, on that same thing. I mean, it was a lot of information thrown at me, a lot of education that it was either soak up or, you know, miss out. So
And Corporal Robinson.
I have no like I've known Corp since I was 17, 18 years old. He's always treated me as an equal. He's always treated me as a wrestler. You know, to this day, there's like a running joke that I was the only girl that was in the locker room and Corporal didn't hit on because he's never hit on me, thankfully, because it's just never been that way. He was one of the first ones to really treat me like a trainee, like just everybody else. I didn't want special treatment. I didn't want to be left out because of things, but I also I needed to try harder at everything else. So,
Yeah.
but Corp was really cool about everything. And like to this day, I just talked to him last weekend. Yeah, I was on my way up to Michigan and he had called my friend Chrissy. They talk all the time. I just talked to him last weekend. He's doing really well. So I'm happy for him. I miss him. He got into a bad way for a little bit, but he admits that and he owns up to it. And if you can accept responsibility for the shit that you do, and that right there says so much for everybody. Like I might do some fucking shitty things, you know, because I just don't think sometimes, or I'm an asshole, whatever you want to think. But uh, but as long I'm willing to accept my responsibility of what I do wrong, you know. And same thing with him. He accepted his responsibility, got the help he needed. He seems to be doing a lot better now. But yeah, I like Court. He's funny. I saw him one time hit somebody so hard it knocked their eyeball out of
Socket.
with one hit. Yeah, he used to have the heaviest. We would call them lottery punches. So Corp would it'd be there, but it wouldn't kill you. And you're like, oh, these aren't too bad today. Oh, well, bomb, and okay, that's the lottery punch. Yeah. Corp was great at it. You'd be getting comfortable, and you're like, okay, this ain't too bad. I can eat these, and then so you just what a dick. But yeah.
Zoe Sky.
I know her as a different name. To me, her name has always been Angel Dust. That's what she wrestled. When I wrestled her, I think I wrestled her 3 or 4 times. Angel Dust. But we had a match at Resistance Pro up in Chicago. The brothers used to run it, and then Billy Corrigan came in and started writing and doing that deal, right? He put me versus her, and at this time they were doing that TV thing, and they had Scott Hall in the locker room. Raven was there, and like they had made Raven one of the main people in this TV show, I guess. But we came downstairs we went and had a really good match, like a really good match. I was really proud of it. We came downstairs, and the cameras were following us, and we could see him. So we're just like, we're still in mode. And he comes into camera view and starts telling both of us what we did wrong and all, like just fucking hammering us. And we're like, oh, I'm sorry, man. Okay. I will definitely try to do. Like, he just went on for a while. And then at the end of it, Scott Hall stands up and he goes, I don't know what you were watching, brother, but that's the best match I've ever seen with the big guy and a little guy in a long fucking time. And he walked off, and I went, I might just Scott Hall's opinion of me or Kevin. No, it's Kevin Nash. Sorry. Oh my gosh, it was Kevin Nash. But his opinion of me just fucking went heavier than yours, buddy. So yeah, he was really tall too. He like gave me daddy vibes. Sorry. I have a love for Kevin Nash. He was big daddy. Come on now. You think with all my mental health issues, I ain't got daddy issues? I got daddy issues. It's fine. We don't kink shame in this game, okay?
Dave Christ of the Chris brothers. Dave.
Dave was always so. You got Dave and Jake. Dave was always the one that would run his mouth to get a fight started. And be the first one to run and go behind Jake because Jake was very much the fighter in that combo. Like Jake was one you did. He was quiet. He was reserved. He kept to himself. Like you didn't want to mess with Jake. Dave ran his mouth, and you knew that he may or may not. He probably won't fight you. Um, so it would be funny to watch like Dave run his mouth and just piss somebody off, and I'm sitting there putting up the ring or something, watching all this unfold because it's in Indianapolis or Chicago, some shit, and they're there. And I see as Dave's talking shit, he sees his brother walking into the building, so he starts talking more shit and being louder about it. And then he finally goes and stays like he goes and pulls like his brother into the conversation, basically, and everything just stopped. And the guy's like, "Look, man, you need to get your brother. You can calm him down." I was like, "No, that's what he does. He starts shit. He's a shit starter."
The shit stirred. That's kind of the more. That's more of the word to kind of go through it. It's but I know. Oh, wait. Oh, kind of flipped over. Yeah, Dave. I believe Dave is the one. One of the Chris brothers is still wrestling
Jake,
today. I believe. I
Jake's
think it
the
was.
one that does it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jake,
Dave retired.
Jakey, yeah.
Um. ODB.
Oh, I love ODB. She had the greatest. She had
Uh.
you there?
Yeah.
I don't
I.
know what is going on with my. I think it's my battery is getting lower. What
Oh.
ODB?
Yeah. ODB.
I had a really fun match with her in TNA. I almost got knocked out by her boobs for real because they fucking like weapons, solid. Uh, but I heard she's on a retirement tour. I hope I get to work with her one more time before it's all over with. There.
Yeah. There.
I
That's
had to take it off an energy saver because the battery is starting to get low.
okay.
Because it turns off the
Okay.
camera, you energy save. So, all right.
Sweet Soraya Knight.
She beat the fuck out of me when I wrestled with her. She came in to work WSU, and they put us on. The microphone had a cord, so we couldn't take it all the way to the ring, and you had to stand next to the sound table, which is by the entranceway, to talk on his microphone. I was supposed to say something on the microphone. She loved the fact that one of my favorite words to say is cunt because it's a very English word. They call everybody cunts over there. It's a cunty thing. Um, and so I went to go cut a promo and the microphone wouldn't come on and it wouldn't work. And it just kept pissing me off. And I went to give this microphone forcefully back to the sound guy. And as I go to turn back around, I get met with a bam. Right there, bah, 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 beat my ass. She threw me into the crowd. And when she went to come into the crowd, somebody tried to block her and stop her from getting to me, like trying to help me, but like by blocking her. And it just pissed her, like I saw it, pissed her the fuck off. And I'm like, I gotta save your life, bro. She looked like she about to kill you. So I had to get in front of him and be like, I got this. You stand back. And I was like, grab her. It's like, please come over here. I was like, don't kill nobody. We can't afford the lawsuit, you know. But yeah, she beat
Yeah.
my ass. And then after the match, we were in the locker room and I went to shake her hand and tell her thank you for the match. And she came up to me and put her tongue in my mouth, and I went, "This is a good sign. I take it. This is good. Does this mean I did well? Good job to me. Thank you, thank you." They're like, "Yeah, that means she loved the match. Like she, it was." I was like, "Awesome." That was a little weird, but to each their own. I'm not gonna sit there and be mad about it. I just got tongued by Sweet Saraya, so.
Black G's.
I like Black G's. He's really serious though, and he looks like he'd be somebody that that like secretly is waiting for a fight to break out, so he could just start palm striking everybody in their noses or some shit. Like he just looked like he just ready to just disrespect somebody with a bitch slap. He's like, bam, shut the fuck up. Uh, but yeah, I think I've had a couple matches way like in the Chikara days with Black Jeeves on the other end of it. And he's always been super respectful to me. He's just one of those ones that are really serious, and I'm not. I'm not a serious person at all. I'm like a 14-year-old boy in a 40-year-old woman's body. You know, I think butthole and dick jokes are hysterical. Um, so yeah, it's like but he's never, he snapped at me one time, but he was having a bad day. He hadn't eaten all day. And I think somebody actually gave him a Snickers because this was around the time that started. He's like, hungry, eat a Snickers, you know? But yeah, nice guy.
Somebody. Let's see. Sarah Del Rey.
She is like when she went and started training those people at the WWE school, that
Yeah.
I knew, I was like, yeah, that's a good pick. She's Brian Danielson's trainee, because we had done a little like a little series of matches, a feud or whatever, where they build it as Chris Hero's trainee versus Brian Danielson's trainee. And our styles were very different. It was in the beginning, I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't a marriage made in heaven because we had different ways of approaching things, different styles, and then eventually, like halfway through, we had finally figured out the formula for us, and it really helped me grow a lot. Um, yeah, she's an amazing talent, like probably one of the best female wrestlers ever.
Sabu.
And Sabu was complicated, but he was a good guy. You gotta think he put his body through so much, and this business is hard on all of us. But the last time I saw him, he gave me a big hug and was telling me about the match he was getting ready to have, and that was then in Vegas, WrestleMania weekend. And I told him I would see him later, I'm sure, because he was gonna come in, I think, for the clowns to do so. I don't remember. I heard the grapevine or something. But tired of
Kenzie
burying my
Page.
friends, man.
Oh,
It gets tiring. But he
Kenzie
was.
Page. Oh, sorry. Sorry to interrupt
I
you.
like I like her. I think I was one of her first few matches. And she went to do a suicide dive, and I guess she was psyching herself out so much where she jumped super extra hard and completely just went over top of me. No, nowhere near, like completely like this. I couldn't even jump up to grab her. I tried to, but she ended up hitting the guardrail and knocking herself clean out. And that was it towards the beginning of
Whoa.
the match. And that she still like she was there. Like we had a good match afterwards. Could have been better, sure. But one, I
Wow.
think she was only a few matches in at the time. She was super, super young. She hadn't turned 18. I think she was still 16 or 17. Super young girl. This is one of the first few matches. It's against me, which a lot of people tell me I have a personality that's known, I guess, or some kind of notoriety. I don't know. Anyways, I'm an intimidating person, I've been told. I don't think so. I feel like I'm a nice guy, but she stayed in it. She did great. We get in the back, and I had to tell her, I'm like, I hope you really stick with it because for as young as you are in this business, like, and the fact that you just went on autopilot and you were there and you were on and you were still in character, even being completely out because she don't remember the match, even being completely out, she was out on her feet and still was, and that's something talented. That's very hard to do and talented. So good. I'm excited to see how far she goes and what she does.
Angelina Love.
Huh?
Angelina Love.
She's always been a bitch to me, but She's one of the ones that I was told that she went to the. I was told by friends, very good friends, that was working for another company, and they were getting ready to start an all women's division. But I was told that they pitched me as an idea, and they were advised by Angelina that I was unsafe and I would hurt all of their girls. But the first time I wrestled her, everything seemed fine, and I gave her a forearm like I give everybody, and she just dropped like a sack of potatoes and wouldn't get up. And I'm like, so we get in the back, and I go to shake her hand, and I said, "Is there anything I did wrong?" Or da-da-da? She's like, "No, everything was great." I was like, "Okay." I figured if I caught you with one, first off, I'm sorry, receipt's totally received, but tell me so I know, that you got injured, hurt, whatever, and she did not. And then I was told she went and said something to him about it and all that. So I think it's kind of crazy. Why would you do that? Like, I didn't do it, but she's never been really super nice to me. Anytime I've been around her, she's been kind of standoffish. Velvet Sky's been always so nice. She's a sweetheart. I liked Velvet. Velvet was a sweetheart, but Angelina's always treated me like I was an asshole or something. Maybe I am.
Eddie Kingston.
I wanted to wrestle Eddie so bad. Eddie's one of the ones that, like, I was young in the business, and he started coming around heavily around IWA Mid-South at the time. Was doing a whole bunch of great feuds and stuff. He was one of the ones that took time out and actually would talk to me about things to help me, like explain things to me, angles, psychology, entering work, why do we do this? Why do we do that? Like, the really connecting dots, the thing. He took the time out to do that. And yeah, but I still want to wrestle him.
Ricky and Kerry Morton.
I love Ricky Morton. Ricky, okay, so I'll tell you a story about Ricky and Kerry. Last year for JCW, I was wrestling Officer Colt Cabana, and the bottom of my boot, the sole fell off, just completely came off in the middle match. So I'm wrestling forwards on one foot. I kept going. We finished up. I get in the back. I had to duct tape this thing together because we had a show the next day, and we had to leave immediately after that show to start driving towards the show the next day because we were doing caravans. I didn't have any boots, really, so I duct tape them together. As I'm getting all my stuff together, and Kerry's back there, he's on the phone with Ricky. And he comes up, he goes, "Hey, Mickie, my dad wants to talk to you." So I get on the phone, I'm like, "Hey, what's up, sir?" Because I've known Ricky for years obviously through Tracy. We would travel around, and they'd be in a lot of the same companies, a lot of the same groups and stuff. But I was like, "Yeah, sir, how can I help you?" And he's like, "What size boot you wear?" And I was like, "Excuse me?" He's like, "Yeah, what size boot you wear? I'm gonna buy you a pair of boots for your birthday." And I was like, "Nah, it's okay, man. You don't have to." He's like, "Nah, it's a gift, And my mother, like I said, her family was Italian. You don't refuse gifts. It's disrespectful as hell. So I was like, "Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you so much." He's like, "I'm gonna have my boot guy call you, take measurements. We're gonna get you some custom boots." Actually, I have them. And I was like, are you serious? He's like, "Yeah." So the guy calls me and he says, "Hey, I'm getting ready to make your boots. Do you want a logo on them or anything?" And I was like, "What do you mean a logo?" He's like, "Just any logo. It needs to be cleaned really bad because yeah." So he designed that and put them on there. So it's just
Wow.
now, mind you, this is like over a year old. These are, and then he said, "Any other specifications?" Because he's like, "We're gonna make them leather, so they're patent, they're leather boots." And I was like, "Yeah, I want a zipper."
Wow.
I said, "Because here's the thing. By the time I get all the things on that I need to get on, which at the time was like a high-rise thong that I had to like get in and yank up and everything, I'm exhausted. Okay, a lot." And there are times I like get caught up in doing other things, hanging out with people, having a good time. And then they're like, "Oh, Mickie, your match is next." I don't want to sit there and have to be lacing up my boot when I can just go foot into. And there's been a couple of times that I've actually just walked in the building with the boots in my hand as the matches get ready to go on, and be like, oh, okay, well, I'll just do it like this and just take off my regular shoes, put on my boots real quick. So I love the fact that he gave me zippers, but Ricky Morton and Kerry Morton bought me wrestling boots for my birthday last year, and
And,
they're still I still wear them. They're still
and
very much.
you still wear them to wrestle?
Yeah, I mean, they're in great shape for what I put them through. You got to think I do a lot of deathmatch and tournaments, so I wrestle 2 or 3
Yeah.
times in a night, usually in death matches. So, uh, but yeah,
Wow. Definitely a gift there.
oh,
I
it's the best. It was the best thing anybody's ever like really got. Like my ankles feel better. I feel like I move easier because I don't have to worry about the boot being too tight or too big, and it's a good time.
all right. How about this one's this one's I'll just say this one is a controversial name to say the least. Joey Ryan.
You know,
This
I don't really. I've read things, I guess, because everybody has the court of public opinion and all that. But
Mhm.
he's always been straight up with me. He never treated me or acted weird around me. Like this is just my own personal experience. It's all I can go off of. You know, I'm not saying anything true or not true. I don't know. And like I said, I don't really pay attention to things on the internet because I think it's just a waste of time half the time because you never know. I mean, the internet's not a real place, right? Um, so I don't know. He's always been straight up with me and nice to me. He's never been disrespectful or said a word sideways or anything like that. I, I've never felt uncomfortable around him, but yeah.
How about Bad Bones?
Bad bone.
I think his name is Mike Cruel.
Don't remember. You have to and it's not a dig or anything. I probably, if I saw a picture, because I'm better with actual like memories and faces
Like
sometimes.
like I
The people that we've talked about are people that I've been around a lot. But I don't remember.
okay. How about Nick and Ryan Nemeth?
Brian Nemeth.
Both Nick and Ryan.
Oh,
Those
I
brothers.
had a wrestling match with Nick Nemeth. Okay, no bumps were taken, and I got to make out with Nick Nemeth in the ring, get paid for it, and get pinned. Yes, sirree, Bob, I will. They were like, we booked this match, but we think it's got a potential to be something really entertaining. I was like, all right, bet. Who is it? They're like Nick Nemeth, and I was like, yes, I want all of that. I have a dirty my character is like a dirty old aunt you invite to the barbecue and stuff. That she gonna get drunk as hell and say some dumb shit, but it's gonna be funny. That's me, okay. But yeah, when I first met him, I told him because fun fact about him is he is Tracy Smothers' favorite wrestler. Tracy would talk all the time about how fucking talented he was, just how good he was. And so when I brought that up to
Yeah.
him, like we were getting ready to wrestle each other, and I brought it up to him. I said, "I'm just gonna let you know, I don't know if you know who this is or whatever, but Tracy, you were Tracy Smothers' favorite wrestler. He talked about you constant. Like he would put you over to every class he trained. Like he loved his work." And he's like, "You have no idea how much that means." I watched Tracy. I wish I would have got to work with him, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, awesome. And then he goes, "All right, kid, what are we doing?" I said, "Nothing." He's like, "What do you mean?" I said, just go with me here. It's
Well, we'll
like,
do it on
when,
the fly.
that's how everything I do is because I don't have a good memory. I probably do have CTE if we're going to be honest. But yeah, but I was like, just think about it this way. If you bend over, it's open. That's on you. That's where my brain is going with this whole entire thing is I'm going to have some fun. And the funny thing is when we're on the ground rolling, and I've got him like up against my lips, and we're like make out session rolling around on the ground into pin positions. He's like as we're rolling, he starts laughing up against my mouth, and I was like, he's like, you can't breathe. I was like, shut the fuck up, you know. It was just so it was a really funny moment, and then
That's
afterwards he couldn't stop smiling. Even during the whole match, I'd make him break kayfabe because we'd go lock up and I'd do something
yeah,
silly, stupid, or dirty, and he'd be like,
that's like hard to keep character when you're in that type of
yeah.
spot like that.
I break a lot of people. I tell them all the time, I'm like, I'm gonna get you to break character at least 3 times. That's the goal.
um, wow.
I
Jake
got to
Radling.
Nick. I got so much hate mail after that. They're like, how dare you touch it? And I said, seriously? I'm sorry. Don't be mad because I did what you thought about doing, Mom. Don't hate. Don't hate. Appreciate the fact that I took advantage of my situation and made somebody have a great time making out with me. The only thing sweeter in my life has been when I got a sold out Corrigan Hall to chant blowjob at me and Billy Kobayashi. When I got the Japanese people to chant blowjob, blowjob, and I was like, yes! It's awesome. It was the best feeling in the world. I was like, Abdullah, they know what that means, right? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, fuck yeah, they do. Yeah. And then the next night he got people to chant pussy in a match with me. So I feel like those are wins. In any universe, it's a win.
Deanna Prazo.
I haven't really been around her a whole lot, if I'm gonna be honest. I haven't seen anything bad or good. I'm just saying, yeah, I just don't. I mean, I like watching her in the ring. She's very talented, very talented, um, athletic. You know, has a ton of personality. Really comes through. But as far as being personally around him and stuff, you know, can't really judge on or say something. No, I wouldn't judge. That's a terrible word. I wouldn't really comment on something I know nothing about if I can help it anyway.
Here's one that is a true badass. Nick Gage.
Yeah, I wrestled him one time. I was terrified. I love Nikki. I've known Nikki for years. He's always been awesome to me. But I didn't
Yeah.
realize I wasn't told I was wrestling him until 10 minutes before the match. And it was like
Wow.
105 degrees outside in New Jersey.
Ugh.
And the heat, like the moisture in the air, it was like a swamp. But it was gnarly. We were in somebody's backyard. It was awesome.
Yeah. Like I heard about, I think it was heard about during like one of the King of the Deathmatch tournaments. Um, what? Wait a minute. The Nikki? The Nikki? Uh, you there? Um, Ni- oh, must have died. Let's see. What was I gonna say? Okay. I don't know what happened. Exactly happened. I think her phone must have died. Hey Dinah. Um honestly, Let me see. Let me see. What was it? Bad Bones, Mike Cruel, John Klinger. Bad News Bones. That's what's his name. John Klinger. That's her name. That's his name. Bad Bones. John Klinger. Mike Cruel is cruel. Mm. Mm. It's the kind of the first. This is the second time this happened. This Salvador, his phone died in the middle of the interview. I mean, that's kind of awkward. Um, I was, yeah, um, um, I think he got disconnected. He must have gotten disconnected. It had to have gotten disconnected. I don't know why. May have been possibly if it overheated or something. Sorry if I'm looking up on the side. It's my screen right here. That's reviewing this on my computer screen, and then the other I have a second monitor. Just Hurley's playing like CZW matches. Hmm. Well, I mean, the availability should be like on the 21st, the 24th, the 26th, and the 28th. I have open slots. So, like on a different date, gonna like on a different date. Um, um, like on a different date, like maybe. I mean, I'm open to it. I'm kind of open to Um, I mean, we could do next Friday. We could do we could do the latter. We could do the latter. Either the 24th or 26th. Is it one of you? One sec. I forgot that I had this off. um, hmm, let me edit my roster thing here. Uh, if he agrees to it. Um, all right. I think trying to think where's I think I wait a minute. Um, let me see. Hey, we'll continue the interview shortly. Um, double check here. Let's see. 26th. It's the 26th at how much? One at 8 p.m. Edit that. It's gonna be interesting. Um, I had to reach out to somebody else. Sorry about that. Just a little schedule on the back here. Um, it's gonna be a little wild roundup here. Let me actually. Well, I'm waiting on Mickie Knuckles to return. I'm gonna be real quick. I'm gonna reach back out to someone else. Um, all right, should be good. Um, So it's got quite a bit of a little list here. Um, let's see. Anyway, just watch it. Ooh. Ooh, dang. We were just talking about Nick Gage. I was gonna bring up something that happened to Nick Gage. Um, hmm, right. So, okay. Should I be scheduling these ones I have to that my channel? Hmm, maybe. Hmm. 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 Probably while I'm waiting for Mickey, I'm gonna go brush my teeth real quick. I'm gonna eat this. I'm back. Um, so, well, all right. So, um, uh, all right. Mason. No, no, no. Amazing. Amazing. So everything's all right here. No, 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 no. Hey, no. My Twitter bio is to like, if there are any wrestlers wanting to come on podcast, hit me up. I really need to kind of change that. That doesn't really. Hmm, that really kind of seems like egotistical, but it's okay. Hmm. Okay. Just real quick. Hmm. Um, Tonight. Can you feel it turning in the air tonight? So long. So coming in minute, coming in the air. Running trees, tapping on the side. Feel down me, down heels. Time, in the time, understand the time, understanding the minutes. Don't now is time is you. And is. Sitting on that would be so real. Um, mm, and then another time. Then another day, another time. And then this time. That is a we. And this is feel and feels. And help me remember. When the sun is. Hope everybody's doing well. Whoever's watching this. Mom, in the time. Um, In the meantime. Wow. Oh. Supernova. Liquid Nova. Baby, number time. Some kind. Sure. My God. Remember time. Remember the time. No, then it does. I remember the time. Stop point. It's me. It's me. It's it's all. Stands me. Me. And there's a long it's 10 minutes of as a noun in the Lord and make us all sleep. Such a need. That's all of me. And then, tapping on his own and a gate and all, and a gate and a gate and so. And I'm not need, all that's need. Yes, I'm not. And the day for Lord. Then look what you done. And
Pretty long time since I've been waiting. Maybe forgotten or something. Or maybe just occupied stuff. So this I can talk. No, good. So these night bugs kind of forming along the window. Okay. Mm-hmm. And sharp. Mm-hmm. And it's on. Someone doesn't need. Mm-hmm. And it's enough.
Yep. Yep. Mhm. Mm. Face down, looking me. Oh, it's a really long time. Oh. Mm. 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 Oh, looks like not coming back here. So it's been about an hour and a half. I thought Mickie Knuckles was gonna be that fun, but I guess maybe must have, passed out or something. Did some other stuff. I'm probably personal stuff, personal life. So um, I guess we could catch up on another date. I guess. Let me stop. Or dun, 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 dun. No, it's just up into cement. And up and down the city street. And up and down the city street. No,
And if low in the smell, the sound coming up and down the city street. And the turning there, from up. Up down the city street. Turn up and down the city street. And the turn. I don't know. I'm going to charge my phone. Gonna about 4 more minutes and I'll stop the shit. So it's on the charger now, so yeah. So hope everybody's doing well. In about 3 minutes, we'll call this a stream. Oh, crazy. Anyway. Mm. Oh, oh. Sometimes interviewing people can be a little tiresome, but mm. Mm. Trying to look at your time.
some reason. No, too smooth. Well, I guess that's the show. We'll probably have to follow up on a part 2 interview. Just, probably on a future date. So maybe we could do something like that. Anyway, I think that wraps up for today's stream, today's episode. This upcoming Monday will be we'll have, I believe, 3 guests, but 2 are confirmed. One is Island Girl Kalaki. 2 is Sexy Eddie. And I think the third one is still kind of make sure the time is locked in. And that's CJ O'Doyle. And then on the 19th, there would be Drew Blood. And this upcoming Friday would be, I believe it would be Mr. Evo Kip Stevens. August 24th. We'll still have a guest, probably have a guest then. August 26th, we have Ryan Cruz about 8 p.m. Right, Ryan Cruz. August 28th. Friday, August 28th. Probably something there. And Monday, August 31st. We'll have Cloudy. That is a wrestler's name. Anyway, we'll probably do a part 2 interview like we did to Chili Willy. And I think we did one with Chili Willy, and then we did one with, I believe we did one with KBA, I think. Kid Badass. So yeah, that's basically what it is. So anyway, I'm gonna see y'all in the next one. It's upcoming Monday. Peace.